guys. It's not going to be a very long trip. Maybe a few hours. Actually, not even that. Between 2 and 2.5 hours. It's about 2.5. Get it live for you guys, and then let's see. Come on. Alright, I'm in Oklahoma City right now, and getting ready to deliver in Ochelata, Oklahoma, or as most people will call it, Ochelata. Live OKC to Ochelata, Oklahoma. Delivery time. We'll also be deadheading today. I'll pick up until tomorrow, I think it is. Alright, should be good there. And we get the lens clean, so make sure you guys have clearer screens. Alright, that's better. Definitely a water day today. Okay. Get my reefer temps in, and then probably toss those cups so I can get out of here. Yes, 5823. Come on. 3721 or something like 7332. Okay. Sometimes I can memorize these seal numbers really quickly, and sometimes I go the whole trip without remembering them. In this particular case, it's the latter. Alright. Spilled some of my ice here in the truck, so I'll get some of it cleaned up before I toss these cups. Mess the rest of the way. Alright, toss this, it'll be good. Get it rolling. It's 5:30, just after 5:30 local time. I don't know how long it's going to be dark here. Gauge is set, and alright, we're trailer to finish airing up first, and then I'll be ready to roll. Yeah, I could be an idiot and make fun of the fact there's a Swift parked next to me, but one, the Swift has a Walmart trailer, not a Swift trailer. So more likely they have some experience. Also, I'm not the kind of guy but Swift most accidents. We'll have to work on a video showing that data, so you guys can see. So you guys got a comparison of what different companies are like as far as safety is concerned. Hey Werner, nope, I'm in this spot. You thought you were gonna get it, but I am actually getting her to leave. Might be trying to go to the fuel island. I don't know. It looked like he's setting up just to go. No, yeah, he's going to the fuel island. Okay. Now that one said he's got a $1 million decal on his truck, so. What happened to my? How many gauges? My dash brightness is all the way up. And the backlight. Not sure what's going on there, but just one more thing I'm gonna have to work on fixing. Stop by the yard when I get through delivering so I can get that dealt with. I'll also have to double check. I think my pickup, my first pickup is not till tomorrow. I have two pickups, one in Pottsville, Arkansas, the other one in Rogers, Arkansas. It's a common dual Tyson pickup. That one also has 2 drops on it. First drop is in Richmond, California, which is up in the Bay Area by Oakland. Second one is in San Bernardino. Right by my former mother, actually the same facility my former mother-in-law used to work at. Of course. You had to be a killjoy there, Amazon Prime. I had an opportunity on the right, but you took it away. And now there's an opening on the right. Now I can't move because there's traffic coming on the left. Coming out the other lot would have been better. Or that's the other side of the lot. I look like that opening on the left. And there's one car coming over the hill, but I'm going to say F you, you can wait. Shouldn't be going that fast coming over that hill anyway. Alright, no turn on red. Where is the... Oh, I guess this is the limit line right behind in front of me. I'm not going to use a whole bunch of drive cloth, just trying to get out of the freaking area here. Come on. Alright, so just leaving the TA truck stop off Council Road in Oklahoma City. That's the one at the exit 142. a chance to hang out with my kids for several hours because my boys are actually here in town. They're looking to move into a place here in the local area. Or my ex and her husband are. So I got some good quality time spent with them yesterday. Attention. That's your own damn fault. You're not paying attention. I'm not moving over. My freaking exit's coming up soon. I would have normally moved over, but since you want to be an asshole and not pay attention and not notice that you're having a Mexican standoff with a truck that you're definitely going to lose to, both legally and literally, I'm saying to hell with you. Wait. I'll probably flip me off or brake check me or whatever as he passes by, but I gotta give a fuck. I said my exit's coming up. If I move over, I can't be guaranteed that he'll let me over. Had that happen where I move over to accommodate somebody and then I can't get over when I need to be off the road. Oh, shit. I guess it's a left exit. I'm not used to taking the 44 exit here. I'm used to either staying on I-40 through here or just not coming through this area altogether. taking quick glances at my tachometer to sound and not so much by actual speeds. Nice taillights you got there, dipshit. Maybe you ought to try and turn in your headlights on instead of letting your stupid automatic headlights work. Backlight on my instrument panel is going to irritate me because, particularly with downshifts, I like to have the more ideal time to downshift. And at least it works. Well, you know what? I can, then I have the, well, I can always use that. I have a digital tachometer too, but if I use it, I can't see my speed. Like pick your poison. I gotta jump back and forth, I think, between speedometer and tachometer. So not used to using this site. I usually only ever use the side of 44 that where the Turner Turnpike ends. It's like rare for me to use this part of 44. Mile trip, probably be there a little before 8 a.m. Maybe, I don't know. Well, probably a little bit between 7:45 and 8 a.m. And have an 8:30 appointment. Alright, Linda, you're at home? Okay, up in Northern Cal. reading the signs over that section on the other side of this wall for me. Yet I'm on the side that's I-44. It's basically, I'm in the westbound lanes here. I'm in a bypass area. That they were probably getting off the freeway there. Stupid be safe crap. You guys drive me nuts when you guys say that. I don't have any business being out here if I'm not going to be safe. Just say see you later. I'll understand that. I-35 here. In I-35 and I-44 concurrency for a few miles, and it'll split back off where the turnpike is. Yeah, that's better. God, that's like scratching a chalkboard or something. When I hear you guys saying stay safe, drive safe, be safe, like, did you guys kill it with that bullshit already? Yeah, it's like somebody, I guess, in acting saying break a leg or something, or I don't know why that's even a thing in acting, or entertaining, or whatever. What's that even supposed to mean? I don't know, it's just, you guys know me. Nothing against it. It's just like someone saying bless you when I sneeze. Like, get out of here with that bullshit. That's a pointless expression. That's all I mean it is. There's no point to it at all.
Share 247 Sports. NTSB, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s plane crash caused by pilot error by Stephen Taranto. 10 hours ago, the National Transportation Safety Board has released its final report on a plane crash involving soon-to-be NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., determining the August 15, 2019 accident at Elizabethton Municipal Airport to be the result of pilot error. According to the NTSB, for WCYB, the flight crew had difficulty visually acquiring the airport upon approach, and also allowed the airspeed of the plane to increase well above the reference speed for approach. Approximately a minute and 52 seconds before landing, the plane's throttles were pulled back to idle, and the speed brakes were partially extended when the plane was 500 feet above ground level, actions prohibited by the airplane flight manual.
Oops, yeah, you're not supposed
Moments
to do that.
before landing, the plane had a descent rate of 1,500 feet per minute, well above the maximum allowed rate of 600. Upon landing, the pilot attempted to deploy the plane's thrust reversers instead of extending the speed brakes, an action required by the landing checklist. But because the airplane bounced and all three landing gears were not on the ground, the thrust reversers could not be deployed. #NASCAR at NTSB releases findings of its investigation of the Dale Earnhardt Jr. plane crash in 2019 in Tennessee. #NASCAR playoffs on NBC at NASCAR NBC, September 24, 2020. The plane touched down a total of 4 times, with the third touchdown seeing the thrust reversers unlock. But although the pilot advanced the throttles to idle, the plane became airborne again before the reversers could stow. Upon the plane's 4th touchdown, the right main landing gear collapsed underneath the wing, causing the plane to skid off the runway and come to rest about 600 feet beyond.
Alright, so now remember, I'm a retired aircraft mechanic. Alright, so these speed brakes, there's panels that usually pop up from over on the top of the wings. Sometimes, some aircraft, they also they pop down from the bottom of the wings as well. Both on top and bottom, but usually only the top. And what they do is they spoil the air and cause the aircraft to lose speed, or limit it, keep it from picking up speed, or limit its ability to pick up speed. But when it does that, the aircraft wants to drop. The descent rate, because you're going slower now, the descent rate's going to pick up, and then the pilots have to nose up more to compensate. And you get a higher angle of attack is what it's called. Basically, the angle that the wings are pointing at relative to the direction of travel. And it puts you at a higher risk of a stall. And then once you have a stall situation, the aircraft will just drop. And there's nothing you can do about it. Except for point nose downward and try to get more, drop your angle of attack and get more speed to go across the wings. So yeah, why the spoilers were deployed before they even landed, that's a good question. Unless they thought maybe they were flying too fast, but even then, like they were saying, they have very strict policies on following the checklist step by step. And they obviously did not follow it, so that's why they're saying that was pilot error. And then the bounce landings, once you realize you're not going to make it, you're going to start running out of runway, you better just spool the throttles back up and get your speed back up, and then do a missed approach or take off, basically a toggle, take off, go around. So they completely botched that whole entire approach and landing, it sounds like. Yeah, that's all on the pilot there.
gear collapsed underneath the wing, causing the plane to skid off the runway and come to rest about 600 feet beyond. Earnhardt, his wife, infant daughter, dog, and the two pilots were able to escape the plane before it was destroyed in a post-accident fire. The following were the NTSB's findings on probable cause of the accident. The pilot's continuation of an unstabilized approach despite recognizing associated cues and the flight crew's decision not to initiate a go-around before touchdown, which resulted in a bounced landing, a loss of airplane control, a landing gear collapse, and a runway excursion. Contributing to the accident was the pilot's failure to deploy the speed brakes during the initial touchdown, which may have prevented the runway excursion, and the pilot's attempt to go around after deployment of the thrust reversers. Photo, NTSB. Earnhardt, who was en route to a race weekend at Bristol Motor Speedway for car owner and broadcasting duties, did not suffer major injuries. However, the accident had a notable mental effect on him, as he acknowledged in February that it was tough for him to get back in airplanes after the fact. "It will never be the same now that you know the realities and dangers," said Earnhardt, for Edgar Thompson of the Orlando Sentinel. "It will never, ever be the same again. It's something you'll never be able to forget and block out, no matter how many flights you take." Though the outcome was thankfully different, Earnhardt's accident brought back dark memories of another plane crash involving a NASCAR champion in East Tennessee.
Oh, I think that depends on who you are. That's like like when you fall off a horse or wreck on a motorcycle kind of thing. Some people will get right back on it, and some people will never go near it again. Actually, one of my Air Force buddies who was a prior Army helicopter crew chief, he's actually been in not one, but two helicopter crashes. And he still works on aircraft and still goes flying, goes on TDYs, as we call them. Goes on trips with the aircraft wherever they go. We're on there occasionally. Yeah, we do a lot of out and back trips on C-17 aircraft, and that's what he works on. And we'll go on like little shorter out and back trips. And whenever they go off station, they take crew chiefs with them. So he sometimes goes. We all, a lot of us used to do that. And usually the bigger unit deployment stuff. The shorter little stuff, not so much. Didn't mind them. I actually like doing them. Those short ones are probably the best. So a lot of times they had too much workload at the shop, though. I don't know. Then by the time I think got to a point where the workload was not so heavy, where I could afford to do that. I would have personal stuff that would motivate me to not want to go. Airlines DC-10 going to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Just got off the ground at Gatwick Airport there in London, and got about 3,000, maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet off the deck. All of a sudden I hear a boom, 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 boom kind of sound. I was like, that's not good. I know what that sound is. That's the engine shutting down. Yeah, everyone's like wondering. I think everyone knew that's what was going on, but they weren't really sure. But like, yep, that's the engine shut down. I don't know if we hit some birds or what, but we were in the clouds, so I'm not so sure it would have been birds. It might have just been a compressor stall from going down, or perhaps going through the clouds, or maybe there was just something wrong with the engine itself. But anyway, lost that engine and ended up having to fly around in circles for about half an hour while the pilots dumped enough fuel to get us light enough to come back into Gatwick and make an emergency landing. Then, of course, when we come back in, no, I wasn't worried about that part because I've seen our own airplanes land so many times with an engine out. I mean, it's actually routine, so I'm like, it's not good, but they practice the shit out of this situation, and this is like routine procedure for them. And dude, you need to slow down. Speed limit 70. I'm only doing I'm actually doing 70 now. If you coming flying up on me, obviously you're speeding. But actually, no, I think they raised the speed limit here to 75. Yeah, see, he's flying now. He's doing like 80 miles an hour, even faster past me. Alright, so anyway, that was all stuff I was used to from being an aircraft mechanic and seeing what goes on in the real world there. And so I wasn't really too concerned. My only concern that I had was, did we have enough airspeed? Because they have a bunch of different airspeed parameters that they figure out before they even leave the parking spot. It's based on how heavy they are. Yeah, I like to have what the off speed is going to be, how much runway they're going to need based on there's like this whole chart that they use that shows weather and wind, temperature and wind conditions and their gross weight, and that there's this basically this line that'll tell them that, hey, you got to be above this line which is at a certain speed to be able to take off. And then they have like these other speeds, like there's what's called, I think it's V1. I'm trying to jog my memory on some of these airspeeds because I did pilot training myself for a little bit. V1, I think that's the one where that's your go-no-go speed. So once you're at a certain speed, you have to take off no matter what. Even if you have a problem, you cannot abort the takeoff once you're above a certain speed, and that's because the V1 is determined by when you have so much speed and you're running out of runway to work with. You get to a point where you don't have enough runway to work with this to get back down to zero. And if you don't have enough runway to work with, then you have to take off. So then they have to figure out that speed. How much fuel? How much fuel I need to burn off to come back in an emergency? Because your maximum landing weight is always lighter than your maximum takeoff weight. You would think it'd be the other way around, but no, it's you have to be. Most aircraft, they have a lower max landing weight than your max takeoff. So that's something else they got to figure out, and how much fuel they got to burn to get to that weight. And they also have minimum safe maneuvering speed and among other things. So that was the only concern I had, was that they have the lose an engine, they have to, at the minimum safe speed is higher normally. And so that was my concern is, were we up long enough and up at high, did we get enough speed built up to, where they can maintain flight with two engines? And yeah, the answer was yes. Then they ended up eventually coming on the PA system and saying, the noise you guys heard was the right wing engine shut down. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, I said, I was an aircraft mechanic. I know what that sound is. And I said, yeah, we're gonna have to fly around in a holding pattern for about 20-30 minutes to so we can dump enough fuel to get light enough to land again. And then we'll come back into Gatwick Airport. Like, yeah, I'm not surprised. I kind of expected that. And it's like I said, man, when your takeoff weight is always heavier than your landing weight, and when you just took off from London and you're supposed to be going to Minneapolis, St. Paul, you have, that's about an 11-hour flight. So you have a lot of fuel on board, and to get light enough to land, it's a pretty good chunk of fuel that you have on board that you're going to have to jettison to get light enough to land. Actually, DC-10s, they have fuel jettison system. Boeing aircraft usually do as well. Airbus aircraft, my understanding is they tend to not have fuel jettison, so if an Airbus is too heavy to land, if they don't have a jettison system, then they have to stay in flight long enough to get light enough to land. It means burn off the fuel, which I don't think is a smart way to do things. I like Airbus aircraft overall, but I think that's a stupid design there. I think it's not a smart way to design an aircraft. Morning, YDM. I'm gonna move over now because I always ought to slow down for you. You're gonna have to slow down anyway, so fuck you. My Landstar no matter what. Whereas me, I can avoid getting slowed down by Old Dominion by getting in front of you. But I would have had to slow down if I waited. Uphill grade though, doing good here. I was worried that I was going to lose speed and have to wait until I get up to the top of the hill to get back in front of Old Dominion, because I don't want to lose speed in front of ODFL, whatever. So usually I'll hesitate to move back over just in case I lose more speed than I do on the uphill, but because I'm light, I didn't lose really. I lost maybe a mile an hour, and then I got it right back after the throttle kicked back in. Wilson FFA. Wilson, that sounds familiar. I've heard of Wilson. I think that's not up here north of OKC, is it? I know I've seen Wilson on the map or been there or something. I don't know. I'm just forgetting where it's at. Morning, RG. So yeah. Anyway, another thing that I was very well adjusted to and used to happening in in-flight emergency situations. The automatically will get the fire department out at the runway. And when you land, they'll have all the fire trucks all over the airfield. Basically at every taxiway, pretty much, where it intersects with the runway. And as soon as you land, they'll start chasing you down the runway. That's just a just-in-case situation. Yeah, because that way, if something goes wrong, they're in position immediately to try and put out any fire that could get started or whatever else. And so it's just routine backup, I would call it. They come out in emergency with their lights and siren on, or lights on and all that, but it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually needed. They're there just in case. So that was something like I said, I've seen hundreds of times myself already. But of course, to get a whole an aircraft full of let's say 200 or so passengers, whatever it was, 250 or I forget how many people a DC-10 would hold. Probably up in the 200 plus range. But you get an aircraft full of people who are general population, don't know anything about airplanes, and of course that makes them all nervous. Oh my God, the fire department's there. Oh my God, we're gonna crash. Relax, people. We're not gonna crash. They're just there just in case something goes wrong. Yeah, and on that one though, we got down on the ground because it was going to take time for them to figure out the problem, and especially with an engine problem. You have to do an engine maintenance run as well. Even if there are no problems, they have to figure out what the cause of the problem is first, and then they have to do a maintenance engine run, and that's going to take time. You can't have people on the aircraft who aren't part of the operation when you're doing that. So basically, and there were no other flights that they were able to get any of us booked onto because everything in the air and going out to the U.S. was already booked. So they told us we don't have any other flights we can get you on, so we'll fly you guys back out tomorrow morning. And they said we'll put you guys in a hotel, and we'll bring you guys back in the morning, get you back on another flight. And so they ended up busing us down to Brighton Beach. They ended up staying the night in some hotel there, literally right across the street from the English Channel. That was pretty cool. Food that I had there was bland though. You Brits, man, you guys gotta work on making your food more tasty. I think Europeans in general, they like bland food. Yeah, I noticed generally the case in Italy too. A lot of Italian foods are generally more bland tasting than what I'm used to here in the U.S. There are places there, that's, oops, I'm like, why am I slowing down? I just realized that I think I used my Jake brakes for a minute and forgot that when I hit my Jake brakes, or activated my Jake brakes and turned off the cruise. Now there are places in Italy where Italian food is every bit as tasty as it should be, and even better than what you get in America. But there are some other places like where a little more flavor would be great. Sunlight up ahead, or sunrise up ahead, whatever. Alright, so finishing up that story, yeah, like I said, I ended up staying the night in Brighton. And man, it was chilly and windy as hell there too. Yeah, well, I think I walked around a little bit there for a bit, and like right by the beach. Didn't go near the water. Right over the shit. Then ended up getting back over to Gatwick the next morning, and I ended up flying out on, let's see, I think it was an American Airlines flight that went to Dallas. Yeah, I think it went to Dallas. American Airlines is probably the airline I flew most frequently when I was. Delta, American, United. So I think United had their hub in Chicago. I only really flew through Chicago once. Yeah, I usually flew American Airlines, and their major hub is Dallas Fort Worth. So I went through DFW a lot, both on domestic and foreign flights.
Pilot and crew of F-35 fighter jet parachute to safety after colliding with a C-130 Hercules aircraft, Daily Mail Online. An F-35B fighter jet crashed in Imperial County, California after colliding with a KC-130J aircraft on Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, KC-130
Collision occurred while the F-3...
The Air Force doesn't use KC-130s. We have C-130s that can refuel other aircraft, but we don't call them KC-130s. We call them HC-130s. They're usually a rescue and recovery. And also, I think special ops MC-130s, I think, can also do in-flight refueling. Yeah, KC-130, that's automatically, to me, going to be a Marine Corps aircraft. Put on this car to go by before I play again.
Collision occurred while the F-35B was being refueled by the tanker mid-air. The F-35B somehow ended up hitting the tanker, causing it to crash to the ground and burst into flames.
Wait a minute.
Pilot...
How the hell is that possible? Okay, so KC-130s and HC, basically refueler 130s, they have a probe and drogue type setup. Basically, they have this basket that extends out behind the aircraft from the wings, and they hook up to this probe assembly on the receiver aircraft, and that's how they refuel them in flight. But yeah, we call it a probe and drogue setup. Whereas a lot of American aircraft use or at least Air Force aircraft use what's called URC, or regular boom setup. Now, how the receiver aircraft collides with the tanker aircraft during the refueling phase, that's interesting. Because normally what will happen is they'll, the tanker aircraft will fly around in orbits, basically in a racetrack pattern. And then the receiver aircraft will catch up to the tanker and then go basically. Now fighter jets like that usually will have more than one aircraft, usually at least two, maybe even a four ship most of the time. And if it's like a two ship, you might have one aircraft each on the off to the sides of the tanker aircraft's wings. And then they have to get cleared in behind the tanker aircraft by the boom operator, the refueling operator. Now it's not a boom operator on 130s because they don't have booms. They have that. Basically, they have to save their munitions so they can't be shot, and then they're allowed to get in position behind the tanker, and then they get in, and then the tanker directs them into the correct position to hook up. So for them to even collide with the tanker kind of makes me wonder if they were off, maybe on alongside the wing or something, and maybe the tanker ended up going into a turn because they were at the end of the racetrack pattern. And they were starting to do their 2-minute turn. Maybe they started their turn and the receiver pilot might not have been paying attention or something, and it just flew right into the engine or something. This is gonna be interesting. These are some at least thoughts on what could be the case without even knowing more. I'm just having a little fun here. Remember, you got an aircraft aircraft expert here behind the wheel, and naturally wanted to think about how this could even happen.
Pilot managed to escape and parachute to safety. He is being treated for injuries. KC-130 ended up making an emergency landing in a field near Thermal, California. All 8 crew members aboard the tanker survived and were unharmed. The pilot of a military stealth fighter jet has parachuted to safety after colliding with an air tanker during a mid-air refueling operation near Imperial County, Southern California.
Oh, that's down off
An F-35B combat jet crashed near the Salt Sea on Tuesday. Managed to eject successfully and is now being treated for his injuries. The U.S. Marine Corps confirmed the collision occurred during a refueling operation, during which a tanker transfers fuel to a receiver mid-air, allowing it to remain airborne for a longer period of time. At around 4 p.m. local time, an F-35B made contact with a KC-130J during an air-to-air refueling evolution, resulting in the crash of the F-35B. The pilot of the F-35B ejected successfully and is currently being treated, the USMC said in a statement. The KC-130J is on deck in the vicinity of Thermal Airport. All crew members of the KC-130J have been reported safe. The official cause of the crash is currently under investigation. Details on the pilot's condition and the extent of his injuries were not immediately released. Eyewitnesses took to Twitter to report seeing the pilot parachuting out of the fighter jet before hitting the ground. One user described the F-35 fighter aircraft as being fully engulfed in flames by the time it impacted the ground. First responders on the ground also reported that the jet disintegrated after bursting into flames. A Black Hawk helicopter was deployed to the scene in search of survivors, according to reports. The family of American-made stealth fighter jets has 3 different variants within the U.S. military. F-35A, U.S. Air Force. The F-35A was officially introduced into the U.S. Air Force in 2016. It is the smallest of the 3 types and uses conventional takeoff and landing methods. F-35B, U.S. Marine Corps. The F-35B was brought into service by the USMC in July 2015. It uses short takeoff and vertical landing and does not have a landing hook. F-35C, U.S. Navy. The F-35C entered service with U.S. Navy in 2019. Its wings are larger than that of the F-35A and it is designed for catapult-assisted takeoff. Meanwhile, the KC-130, used to transport military equipment including helicopters, landed safely in a field near the Jacqueline Cochran Regional Airport in Thermal, California. Both aircraft were stationed at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego, an official said. Imperial County is located about 2 hours drive east of San Diego. The family of Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II stealth multi-role combat jets, one off the most expensive in the world, have been plagued with issues and have suffered multiple crashes over the years. Most recently in May, an Air Force F-35A belonging to the 58th Fighter Squadron crashed while landing at the Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. The pilot survived after ejecting safely. Almost exactly 2 years ago on September 28, 2018, an F-35B crashed outside the Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, South Carolina. The pilot, again, managed to eject safely. The cause of the accident was determined to be from a faulty fuel tube, prompting officials to ground all F-35s to inspect the fleet on October 11. They were returned to flight status the following day. In April 2019, a Japanese F-35A from the Misawa Air Base crashed off the coast of Japan during a training operation. The pilot, Major Akinori Hosomi, had disappeared during the mission and was later found to have crashed in the Pacific Ocean. The F-35s were first introduced to the U.S. military in 2015, with the first F-35B entering the U.S. Marine Corps in July that year. The aircraft has 3 different variants, including the F-35A, used by the U.S. Air Force, that uses conventional takeoff and landing. The
let's repeat the same shit. I got a good enough look at my fuel gauge when I was passing by that toll plaza there, because the lighting from the area. Let's see, I have a little bit less than half fuel, so definitely won't have any problems getting to the receiver. take yet down to Pottsville. I gotta basically work my way over to I-49 and just which route I'm gonna take to get over there. Haven't decided yet. I might go east from right there. Whatever that highway is, US 60 or whatever the hell it is, I forget. Right there where the Walmart DC is. I think I can take that to the east over to over toward the general direction of Joliet. Or no, not Joliet. Damn it. I might brain fart on it. Up I-49 over in Missouri, over that way. Damn it, the one that's over by Carthage, starts with a J. Why am I brain farting on that? I know it's because I'm getting Joliet stuck in my head and it's interfering with what I'm trying to think of. Through there enough now, I guess. I used to go through there. Oh, yeah, Joplin, that's it. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't remember that name. Like, I've been through there so many times in the past, but I rarely ever go through Joplin with JCT. I'm gonna have to take get a good look at what the C-130 looks like. You know, what kind of damage it has, because I'm really curious why they would have had to land it in a field and not IFE it back to an airbase somewhere. You know, because they got, you're in Imperial County, they could have flown. I would think if the aircraft were, because one engine being bad is not going to stop the airplane from flying. They could have still, well then again, if they had a fire or something and they couldn't get the fire out, that's one thing. Or if they had a hard time, felt like they were not able to keep the aircraft in flight otherwise, which a screwed up engine is definitely not going to stop a C-130 from flying. I've watched C-130s land with three engines, one engine out numerous times. Even had one case where one landed with two engines out. Now that one there, it was an Australian one, and the pilots got out the aircraft, looked like they saw a ghost. Yeah, they knew they were lucky they landed safely. The California-Arizona border along by I-8, and then or flown back over to Miramar, where they came from. Supposedly they hit wings, okay. Yeah, so the C-130 had damaged wings, and and then the question was, was the C-130 crew able to keep flying the aircraft, or they just, maybe they got paranoid and decided to put it down when they still could have flown safely to an airfield, or did they really have a compelling reason to put it in a field? I'm not saying that they should have done one thing or another, contrary to what they actually did do. I'm just saying these are things that I would want to investigate.
Seattle police officer captured on video riding his bicycle over a protester's head placed on leave. CNN 2 hours ago. CNN, a Seattle police officer captured on video rolling his bicycle over the head of a protester who was laying in the street, is now on administrative leave. The Seattle Police Department said in a statement Thursday that the actions of the officer, who has not been identified, are being investigated independently by the King County Sheriff's Office at the department's request. Earlier on Thursday, the city's police watchdog group said it was requesting a criminal investigation. Video of the incident taken Wednesday night and posted on Twitter shows a protester laying in the street as an officer, who is on foot, rolls his bicycle over the protester's head and neck area. The scene is immediately surrounded by nearby officers. The video and subsequent outrage comes as tensions rise between protesters against systemic racism and police officers, after the Kentucky Attorney General announced on Wednesday that no officers would be charged for Breonna Taylor's death. Mass protests occurred Wednesday night in cities across the U.S. from Louisville to Los Angeles, Atlanta and New York, as swaths of people congregate to protest and grieve the decision. A number of protesters have been arrested as a result, and demonstrations are expected to continue on Thursday. From a review of the video, the Seattle Police Department's Force Investigation Team, FIT, said it had identified potential violations of SPD policy, as well as potential criminal conduct. The statement from the Office of Professional Accountability, OPA, the watchdog group, said. Subsequently, the case was referred to the OPA. After further analyzing the video and observing the interviews conducted by FIT, OPA requested that a criminal investigation be conducted, the statement said. A CNN email to the Seattle Police Officers Guild seeking comment wasn't immediately returned. Article 180 of 193. Was a dead body found?
Okay, so the cop was on foot, and he rode his bicycle. It was a bicycle or a motorcycle? I assume it was a bicycle. Bicycle, what? That's only about probably a 30, 35 pound bike. What the hell is that going to do to the person? Now, mind you, it's wrong regardless unless the guy was, if the officer was just careless, not paying attention, but I doubt that. Especially when the agency even said they saw a potential violation of policy. It sounds like it's something that should have been prevented. We got JCT going the other way. Which gives the implication that maybe it was intentional. Have you guys seen that video? Is there a video that's out on that or something? I'm a little curious on that one now. If this was an intentional act, do these stupid bad players that within law enforcement not have a clue that their moves are always being watched? Say, what the fuck are you thinking, dumbass? You know that as soon as you're in uniform, all eyes are on you. You mind your P's and Q's. You act like you conduct yourself as much of a professional as you can. I had to do the same thing when I was in the Air Force. Anytime I was in uniform or off base, all eyes were instantly on me automatically just because I had my uniform on. People always scrutinizing me to I guess, I don't know if it's to see how, because they admire the professionalism that people in uniform tend to have, or they could be scrutinizing to make sure that myself or whoever else involved actually conducts themselves in a professional way that is consistent with military standards. Too many bad players in law enforcement, though. There are a lot of really good ones out there. I have a friend who I used to live right next door to, is a police officer. He's a good one, but there are a lot of bad ones out there too. That's integrity. And we have Air Force. We have like 3 core values that they say. Number 1 is integrity first. Integrity means doing the right thing all the time, no matter what, even when nobody's looking. And then the second one is service before self. And then the third is excellence in all we do. Basically, if you're going to do something at all, do it the best way you can. Have some pride in the work you do. Always do your work like it's something you want to be able to show off. And hey, look what I did. And be proud of. Now, I don't do work to show it off, but there are too many bad players out there. Military questions that they have to ask you as it related to the COVID-19. And I think, yeah, dude, most people, I think even if they do have a symptom or two or that is part of the COVID-19 list of symptoms, do you really think they're going to say yes to that? No, they're not going to. All I care is get your freaking cargo off my trailer so I can go to my next load. I don't give a shit if I have this symptom or that symptom. I'm not going to tell you if I have this or that symptom. And even if I do have that kind of a symptom, that doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from COVID-19. It could be caused by something else. Got me thinking, when I went to pick up that Tyson out in Amarillo, you know, and it's common in a lot of places where a lot of times they'll give you a questionnaire, like a paper that you have to answer, that fill out and turn in. And I'm just thinking, this is so stupid. Like, yeah, even if I had, let's say, diarrhea. Because I had asked about diarrhea recently at the Tyson plant in Amarillo. I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe I did, but sure, I know it wasn't because of COVID. I know it was because of my recurring digestive tract issues I have because of the lack of a thyroid. And even then, why would I tell you that? I'm not going to tell you some answer that's going to possibly cause you to tell me I have to leave and not come back and have to get another driver to take care of my load. Like, screw that. Just go to hell. I'm just going to say no as long as my temp is okay. And you know, I got a living to make here. About 5 miles away from where our terminal is at. I'm not going to be stopping there. I'm just going to go straight to the DC. Alright, what's next?
Was a dead body found in Breonna Taylor's rental car in 2016. YesHeavy.com, yesterday. Breonna Taylor rented a car in 2016 that was used by her then-boyfriend, Jamarcus Glover. In December 2016, Fernandez Bowman was found dead in the car. He had been shot 8 times. Taylor, 26, was shot dead inside of her home by Louisville Metro Police Department Officer Miles Cosgrove on March 13, 2020, when he and officers Brett Hankison and Jonathan Mattingly opened fire while executing a search warrant. In September 2020, a grand jury failed to indict the 3 officers for their roles in Taylor's death. The 2016 incident involving Taylor's rental car has been widely reported, and there are no reports that suggest Taylor was involved or was suspected of involvement in Bowman's death. Glover was the main focus of the police warrant that led to Taylor's death. The man Taylor was with on the night she died was her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. Walker was not named in the criminal investigation into Glover, according to a Washington Post column that fact-checked the events surrounding Taylor's death. Taylor denied knowing the victim. Drugs were also found in the car. An August 2020 feature on Taylor's life in the New York Times explained that Taylor began dating Glover in 2016. In December of that year, Glover asked her to rent a car for him to use. That month, a man named Fernandez Bowman, aka Rambo, was found dead inside the car. He had been shot 8 times. Glover told investigators that he gave Bowman the keys because Bowman needed to run an errand. Also found in the car were 3 baggies of drugs, according to the Times. Investigators noted that they believed Ms. Taylor had no knowledge of the killing, the Times reported. Investigators asked Taylor if she was involved in drug deals, according to the Times, an allegation she denied. Taylor also denied knowing Bowman, reported WKYT in August 2020. Quentin Hall was arrested in relation to the shooting of Bowman. In February 2017, Quentin Hall was arrested by the Louisville Metro Police Department and accused in the shooting death of Bowman. Hall has a lengthy criminal record that includes drug and weapons charges. WLKY reported in February 2017 that police said Hall was wanted for a fresh homicide when police tried to pull him over for not signaling his turn. He hit a police car and drove away, WLKY reported, but was quickly arrested. Police found marijuana and pills and inside the vehicle a large amount of meth and heroin and a loaded 9mm gun, WLKY reported. While in prison in relation to the Bowman killing, Hall was indicted in the 2004 murder of Troy Todd, according to WLKY. Bowman was the brother of Demarius Bowman, an associate of Jamarcus Glover. The Louisville Courier-Journal reported that after Bowman was shot, the car hit a telephone pole before rolling to a stop. WKYT reported in August 2020 that Fernandez Bowman was the brother of Demarius Bowman, a known associate of Jamarcus Glover. The two had been arrested together in the past. Bowman's sister told WLKY in 2017 that she cried tears of joy after hearing about Hall's arrest. She added that her brother was survived by 6 children, including a daughter who suffers from cerebral palsy. Kamaya Bowman also said of Hall, "I hope he never sees the light of day, I hope he rots in jail. I don't want to sound harsh, but he took our loved one, someone we love." Article 181 of 193. Fan letter.
Okay, first one I remember, isn't Breonna Taylor the one who, I guess she was in her apartment or something, and the cops showed up to do a well, it was supposedly a no-knock search warrant, but I guess somebody said they heard the cops knock and announce themselves first. And then the guy started shooting at them, and they started shooting back through the walls. Isn't that the same case? Or am I mixing that case up with a different one? I get them mixed up. I don't remember. So, but it sounds like neither one of them were up to any good. Okay, good. Now, Breonna saying that she didn't know the guy that they were really trying to shoot in self-defense. Yeah, he's in her apartment. Okay. Yeah, can you say bullshit? You're full of shit if you think that you don't know this guy. So if you're protecting this guy, what are you up to? Yourself. If you're defending that guy, then you're just as bad as him. And then this guy obviously has a drug dealing history. And I thought I've seen people talk about how he has a felony record, which automatically disqualifies him from being allowed to have a firearm. So, and there's that other question: why does he have a firearm if he's not allowed to have one? Sounds like he's still engaged. He was still engaged in that criminal lifestyle. Hang around with idiots like that, you're gonna unfortunately you're gonna become one that you might as well be one of them, even if you're not doing anything. Hey, I made that stupid mistake myself with hanging out with idiots, even though I never did anything myself, but stuff that went on I probably could have been criminally charged for, but never was, because I never had anything on me, or it was never anything serious. But yeah, hey, I'm not like I was doing any of this stuff. My friend doing this stupid shit, and that's his business. officers involved who they thought should have been charged, or people thought should have been charged, were they had a legitimate reason to be shooting in self-defense. And that was the best option available, or something, or it was a necessary option, necessary means. Certain areas of minority communities, especially in black communities, obviously not the entire black population, but particularly in predominantly black, like lower class communities, because a lot of people think it's just racial, but a lot of times it's socioeconomic. It's more an issue of haves versus have-nots than it is about I need to move over. But people like to make it about race, and it's to an extent. I think there is some racism that goes in every direction, but I think it's more. I think the bigger problem, the elephant in the room, there is the have-nots just have a certain lifestyle. It doesn't matter if they're white, black, brown, whatever. They're all prone to that kind of nefarious behavior. And how do you correct that? We obviously have a problem, drug dependence, and then people thinking that's the only way they can get anywhere in life, thinking that they can't get jobs, and they get influenced by these freaking losers who are in their neighborhood, and sometimes getting bullied into getting into that kind of a lifestyle, looking up to the wrong role models. There ought to be some kind of a program where all these where kids in these more at-risk communities can have more positive role models and get taught more life skills where, hey, you can be a very successful person. I mean, and you can mitigate a lot of the at least seemingly racist treatment you might get. So, man, you can't get rid of all of it, because some people are just idiots. Some white people are just fucking morons who are gonna have a problem with blacks no matter what. And there are some blacks who are just as big morons and have problems with every white person just because they're white. But I think most people actually don't have that kind of issue. Not everybody has the social skills to realize, to figure out, well, this person is a good person, this person's a bad person. Morning, Jesse. And I see Carl also on here. Yeah. Carl, how you doing? I mean, you guys all probably have the same thoughts I do on this, where a bit of social skills can do a lot of good. Like, I can tell the difference between a piece of shit white person and a really good, or more than likely, a well-meaning white person. I can also tell the difference between a well-meaning black person and a piece of shit black person. And then it's a lot of times it's, hey, judging a book by its cover too, though. Sometimes someone looks one way but is complete opposite. So there's a natural lack of trust there to some extent, but predominantly, you can usually tell by the person, how they dress, how they carry themselves, how they are in interactions with people. These are all developmental social skills that some people never pick up. I think a lot more effort needs to be put into teaching people, especially in at-risk areas. that's not the way it gets spun by people. It always gets spun that every time everybody has a problem with you, it's a race thing. No, sometimes they have a problem with you just because you're a piece of shit. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with not necessarily anything to do with your background. Now, to an extent, though, there is that cycle of ignorance that I think a lot of blacks have a very justifiable concern about. Because it's like it's breaking the cycle. Like alcoholism or other or abuse, even like child sexual abuse and kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff is a culmination of cyclical behavior from generation to generation. And when you have a bunch of stupid white people from back in the days, propagating their ignorant, all black people are bad, this is bullshit, whatever crap that they get taught. And that's all they know is just hate from their stupid ass fucking moron family members. And then people have to get exposed needlessly to this bullshit. How do you expect somebody who gets exposed to that kind of crap to react? So, I'm saying in ways I understand and sympathize with what kind of perspectives that others have. But in other ways, I'm saying that overly defensive. So what? If someone has a problem with you, that's their freaking problem, not yours. Let them have a problem. It should be of no consequence to you. It's actually a buddy of mine. He's actually a darker skinned black guy too. He taught me that. He used to get all fighting, raging mad, whatever, when somebody would call him the N-word. And this guy has a really, really good relationship with his mom. He talks to her all the time. She taught him a word of wisdom. Man, why do you let that bother you so much, man? You let them get to you. They're saying that crap because that's exactly what they want, is for you to get a reaction out of you. Be the better person. Don't get all pissed off at them. If they have a big enough problem with you to call you that, that's their problem, not yours. And he took it to heart, and it made him a better person. Yeah, but I don't trust that. I'm gonna go ahead and go this way. I know there's another way. I just didn't really look on the map well enough to double check that I was going in the right direction for it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another exit up there that I could have used, but I just don't know the exit number. I don't. I'm running on a little bit tighter right now, so I want to make sure I don't make the mistake of missing a turn. But I know this route already. About a 30-mile trip from this area here. Check my fuse panel and see if that's why my instrument panel's not lighting up or something. Maybe I have a blown fuse. I think there was an exit just on the other side of the downtown there, an exit on the 244 that I could have also used. I just basically decided to go south of downtown instead of north of it. Tulsa, Oklahoma now. Ochelata was founded in 1899 by Thomas Ellis, a Kentuckian. Yeah, whoops. The ability to make this I should have the ability to make this a fax and pull or pull and fax delivery where I can ask them if they can do pull fax because it's cross-dock load going from Walmart to Walmart, and that means they just pull the freight and then they just give me the signed bills. Acres he purchased. Cherokee named Jacob Dick. What the hell kind of name for a Cherokee is that? Jacob Dick? That's not a Cherokee name. Let's say, what's up with that? probably trip out on the way and pronounce that. I call it Ochelata. Like I said earlier, most people will call it Ochelata. But I tend to pronounce words the way they're meant to be pronounced and not the anglicized way. So, like a Spanish word, I'll pronounce like a Spanish word. I don't know too much about Indian languages, though. I don't know if they have their linguistic rules. Even if I don't know the language, if I understand their linguistic rules, I can understand better how the words are really supposed to be pronounced. And that has a lot to do with why I don't have the greatest Spanish skills at all, but I do speak some Spanish, as you guys already know, and if you talk to people who are native Spanish speakers, they'll all tell you my Spanish it's really good. I have very, very, very little accent at all. And that's just from learning the linguistic rules. How is it supposed to be used? Now, I can probably pick up a British accent very well too by using the same if I more fully understand their linguistic rules, obviously they can communicate just fine between UK and US, but the accents that are used and then sometimes certain words that are used obviously are different. We're still at 65, alright. Alright, we're going to head up to Road 3000. County Road 3000 is where the DC is at. It's about a 30-mile drive from downtown Tulsa to there. Probably already driven about 5 or so miles, so it should be another roughly 25 or so out from here. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be a quick unload, and then probably, and I do have a reload. So, I know, because I got it while I was shut down in Oklahoma City yesterday, while I was away from my truck hanging out with my kids. The reload picks up, I have 2 pickups and 2 drops. I think both, if I remember right, both pickups are not until tomorrow. The first one is in Pottsville or Russellville, Arkansas area. Down there off of I-40. About halfway, a little more than halfway between Fort Smith and Little Rock. The second pickup is in Rogers, which I'll probably end up going right through Rogers to get to Pottsville. And it's a weird load too. I've heard of, I've had loads that go that direction. I just, I happen to be deadheaded past Rogers to get to Pottsville area. And then the 2 drops are in Richmond, California, which is up by Oakland. And the second drop is in San Bernardino, California. That'll be a home time load for me. I have a dental appointment on the 8th. The deliveries are on the 5th and 6th. What's in store. I was kind of laughing when I looked at the pre-plan and saw that it said 2,400 loaded miles. I'm like, 2,400 when my pre-plan only says from Pottsville area to San Bernardino, that's like maybe 1,400. But add in the miles going from Pottsville back up to Rogers first, and then going through Southern Cal, getting all the way up to Oakland, and then coming back down. That really is about 2,400, probably 2,500. Yeah, Tyson knows to be a little notorious for being that way, where not unusual at all to get a load that has multiple stops on it, and sometimes weird routing like that. Just glad would have just gotten a load, maybe a cheese load out of Central Cal. The next day, bring it back to our terminal, and then take it home. I just be able to get the load delivered empty by the 6th, and then I could drop my empty in the drop yard, bobtail back up to the house, and then let's see, and then be home for a couple days, get my dental appointment done, and then head back out. We got a highway here that goes to, it's 86th Street North, Owasso, that goes to, in case you're on a map and trying to get a general idea of where I'm at, in between Tulsa and the DC is off of County Road 3000. And you can kind of technically call it Bartlesville. In fact, the DC even calls itself Bartlesville, but officially the address is in Ochelata. Bartlesville is actually south of where the actual town of Ochelata is. That's like one pallet for every stop, man. Your freaking trailer can only hold about 28. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going out of the shoulder, but I didn't realize there was an intersection there. Until I figured it out a second later. John? Yeah, I'll be delivering this load within the next hour. And after that, I'll be deadheading down to Pottsville, Russellville area. It's a 260, 270 mile trip, whatever it is, from Ochelata to Pottsville area. I don't think I'm going to the actual Tyson plant itself. I think I might actually be going to a distribution center that Tyson runs there. But it's been so long since I've been there, I don't know how it shows up on the pre-plans for the Tyson plant. I thought it just says Tyson Foods. Some stops were only a couple of boxes. And I had one that I had 3 drops in California, and I think it was the second, or I think the final drop, one of them, yeah, I think it was the final drop, was a single box going to an Amazon facility in Vernon, California. And I remember they first said that, yeah, we don't have any dock doors available, but then so all I did was bring the pallet over the end of the trailer and then carried the pallet in one hand, carried the box in the other, and brought it right in, and alright, here you go. $35. That's a good amount. So 35 times 20 is 700, and then 6 times 35, that's $210. So it's $910 just from stop pay alone is what it sounds like. Don't have to run that many miles when you're making that much money off of stop pay. Yeah, my trainer, Joe, he drives for Hurricane. Hurricane very frequently does a lot of multi-stop loads similar to that. Maybe not 26 stops, but he's had some that are more than 10 stops on a load. And they, I guess they pay an extra, I think progressively more for every extra stop. And yeah, he'll say, even when he doesn't run that many miles, all the stops that he makes, makes it worth it to him. Some nice homes here. Nice neighborhood. about a few miles, or about 10 miles north of here, or whatever it is. But I hear the parking lot sucks, and they charge $10 for parking. Where can you get your trailer washed out? You delivered in Grandview, and where are you picking up at? Yakima or somewhere else? An answer without knowing which direction you need to go for your pickup. Because if you end up going over to Tri-Cities, I might give you a different answer than what I'd give you if you're going up to like Yakima, Selah, or somewhere else. But I'll tell you this, don't plan on finding a blue beacon there. Hey Carl, do you remember if don't they have a truck wash over there by the gear jammer? Quincy, oh, the Quincy's in central Washington, so you're picking up like a French fry load. Let me double check, I don't know. I want to say there's a truck wash over by the gear jammer over in Yakima. I'm not sure if you got anything nearby you. Quincy, Washington, you're going to... Where are you picking up from in Quincy? I've picked up in Quincy before, I think, and those are French fry loads. Those are Lamb Weston French fry loads normally. I want to say it's Quincy. Let me double check. Let's see where it's at on the map. Yeah, I want to say Quincy's like on Highway 24 or whatever that state highway, whatever it's called is. Quincy, Washington. Yeah, Highway 28. Oh, up in that area. That's right. That's taking the other way up toward Wenatchee. That's right. I've been through there before, but okay, so... Yeah. I mean, there's a truck wash over in not Wenatchee, but Ellensburg, right where I-90 and I-82 meet up, right by there, but... that's not the way I'd want to take from where you're at to Quincy, though. It's more miles, but I don't know if there's a truck wash. I'd have to look on Trucker Path, and if I have to look on Trucker Path, then I'm going to tell you look on it. Or maybe even, how about truck wash near Quincy, Washington. Okay, I got a place called Tidy Truck Washout, Moses Lake. Then you also have the truck washes over in Ellensburg. You might have one, I want to say there's one over there by the Gear Jammer in Yakima. Gear Jammer's a truck stop in Yakima. Or over by Yakima, whatever. Not Yakima, it's right by Union Gap. Yeah, which is right by Yakima. Moses Lake Washout. Yeah, that looks like it'd be the. Because from Grandview, which route are you taking up there from Grandview? Are you going to take 82 up to Ellensburg and then back over across 90 and then up 281, or because I'm seeing where Grandview's at. So there's a place called Centennial Tank Cleaning right there by where you're at, but I don't know that they have. I don't know that you can get a washout there, and you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation there, whichever route you go. Okay. So Grandview is right here. That's where you delivered. Quincy is up there. In order to get up to Quincy, you have to go around all this here. So either way, you don't have a great route to go. You either have to go east over here to 225 and then up 240 and then 243, or you have to take 82 all the way up to 90 and then over that way. And right over here in Ellensburg, there are 2 truck washes there, or at least there normally are. There's one right there at the Love's truck stop, right in their parking lot, if it's still there, and then there's another one right next to the Love's. But then there's, let's see, I think this, yeah. Okay, yeah, the Gear Jammer, they do have I think they do have a truck wash over here. Yeah, Centennial Truck Cleaning. Yeah, the Gear Jammer's right over there in the Union Gap area. So, but yeah, take your pick. Look like you have multiple options. You don't have a really nice direct route you can take. So. Because if it was me, because you don't have a really good direct route up that way, I'd probably consider taking 82 to 90 as well. But like most company drivers, your company requires you to go a specific route. So I don't know what route they want you to take up there. But yeah, you have options. Just look on Google, truck wash. Truck wash is near Quincy, Washington, and you'll see all the list. But yeah, it sounds like that Moses Lake washout might be a good option for you.
Morning.
Morning.
I just want to grab you, Tim. Have you been here before?
Yes.
All right. Drop and hook or live and load?
Should be. I think it's alive.
Live and load. Okay. Do you have a mask?
Yes.
The only time you get to wear it is when you go inside the warehouse to check in. As soon as he pulls out, you'll stay in the cab. Go forward. They'll come and get your paperwork from you.
Yeah, you got the wrong branch on your head, man.
Oh,
I'm Air Force. I had to give you that shit. Have a good one. He's got a Navy hat on, so I had to give him a hard time about that, being an Air Force vet. Gibson truck wash. Yeah, there's that one with the Indians, the Punjabi guys. They run a truck wash right next door to the Loves. That's right. I don't know about Super T, but JCT actually has a washout account with that place there. I don't know, maybe Super T's gotta have accounts with something more than just Blue Beacon. I would ask about that. Ask if you guys have any accounts with any other truck washes anywhere besides Blue Beacon. Do you have any accounts with any in that particular area? This guy's putting a yard seal on this truck in front of me. I'm so used to having to go in the guard shack, even with COVID-19 at most Walmart DCs. These guys are different. You don't even get out of your truck. The only time you get out of the truck is when you go to open your doors, and then when you disconnect, or if you go whatever, and then when you go check in at the receiving office. That's it. So I'll wait here for them to take my paperwork. I hate when this happens. Going to brush my teeth this morning, and then you get like a little bit of toothpaste that spills on, like falls down off the brush or whatever, out of your mouth and onto it. So, gonna need to wash it. Process the dedicated trucks, I think, and outbounds before they can get to me, I think. Oh, now she's coming over. Morning. Stickers. At 58-degree weather here, a little on the chilly side. I'm not gonna lie, I do feel a little cruddy, and I think it has to do with eating yesterday. I'm kind of wondering if I'm starting to get food poisoning or something. I had well, some of you guys who follow me on Facebook, you guys already know. No, I don't think you would have known, because I think that post was a friends only post. Alright. But yeah, well, friends with me on Facebook, you would have seen it. They had elk meatloaf from a place I like to eat at in Oklahoma City called Trappers. I used to go there a lot when I was in the Air Force, and I'd go to Oklahoma City for conferences, and yeah, because we used to stay in one of the. I used to frequently stay in one of the motels. What is that? I think right across the freeway, practically from where it's at. Then it turned out this place is real close to where my ex and her husband and my boys are staying right now until they get into until they're able to get a lease agreement for a house that they're looking for houses out there, and having a difficult time because either stuff they either find out the stuff they're interested in is not such a great area, or they go to try to put in for to apply to to rent the place and find out that someone else already got it first. 315. Yeah. All right. Thanks. I was like, yeah, I know the routine. All right, door 315, guys. Yeah. Yeah, that was for Cody. Won't have as far to walk from my door to the office this time. Last time I came here, I think it was in like door 339 or some shit. I have to route I want to take over to Russellville, Pottsville area after I'm when I finish here. I'll do that while I'm sitting in the dock door, so because I won't necessarily want to go straight to our yard. I'll probably might want to just beeline straight for the Russellville, Pottsville area and be in position for pickup. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's almost like she doesn't think maybe she's not happy about the fact I wasn't wearing a mask when I was dealing with her. It's like I'm in my truck and we're outside. Not wearing a mask out here. I'm in my living space. So it should be maybe the second from the end of the next block of 8 doors after that group of 8 right there in front of me. Oh no, that's 300 to 307. So it might be no. It's in between. That's a larger block there. In between this white Freightliner and then that, the hell is that thing? Is that an International? Yeah, it is. Wait, she said 315? There's something, that guy's in it. That Guild Transport guy's in the door. So I'm gonna go get checked in, let him know that, hey, I'm here, but there's someone in the dock door that I was assigned to. He's probably supposed to be getting his bills and leaving anytime. For all I don't know. I don't know if one of these guys here is it or not. Go in and ask him. exactly what I thought was the case is the case. Interesting looking dog. Check him out. Yeah, I'm the dog. Kind of looks like it might be a cross or something. Trying to figure out if, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's definitely not a Siberian Husky, but it's some features that are not too much unlike some Sibes, but others that really inch. So this guy going to reset forward, and this guy walking back to his truck is walking right, literally right next to the front of this guy's truck when he's getting her to pull forward. My dude, stop! Like, you're not looking, see that someone's walking across your hood before you move forward. All right. Okay. So anyway, though, the guy in door 315 right. This guy in the, I want to say this guy in the blue. I think he's the one who's in the door right now. Because I was asking if, hey, any of you guys checking out door 315? He goes, yeah, I am. Like, okay, that explains it, yeah. The guy has an interesting gait. I don't know if you guys noticed. I don't know if you noticed, he kind of like high steps. Yeah, almost like he's marching or something. Okay, it's only his right foot. His right leg, he high steps, and then the left one is a little bit more normal. Like there's something going on there with his right leg. Interesting. Yeah, I just gotta wait on him to leave, and then I can go get into my door and checked in. Let's see. I mean, he sent a Qualcomm that way. If I don't get checked in before 8:30, they know, hey, I'm. Past the guard shack now, but waiting for another driver to vacate my assigned door before I dock in and check in at the receiving office. I just want to, as far as late arrivals are concerned, I didn't put it on there that, yeah, if I don't have some kind of communication that they hey, look, our driver was there on time, but you had a driver in the door that you gave him, and that's why he didn't check in on time. If I run into that situation, not like it'll be a problem anyway, but don't want any bullshit service failures because I was 5 minutes late, and some places will do that to you. And as long as I have it documented now, hey, I'm here. I could have been in the dock door already, but I had to sit and wait for the other guy to check out and get out of the door first before I can get into it. And so now there's a digital trail saying that, hey, I was here on time and should have been checked in on time, but something beyond my control caused the late check-in, if at all. So, yeah, that's important. It's always an important step here with keeping in touch with your dispatch. I always assume that if you don't have it on the Qualcomm or email or something, then it didn't happen. Even when it's on voice, you don't have some kind of, you can't send a copy of the voice conversation to the customer. Hey, look, our driver was here on time, but something in your guys' process caused him to be late. That's what I was getting at there. Check. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I think he's hooking up to his trailer right now. So I'm gonna probably go ahead and open my doors and at least be ready, because as soon as he's pulling away, it's not like gonna take me that long. Be a really quick dock in then. Straight back setup. Not quite lined up, but pretty close. Pretty good. Yeah, he thought he might need to pull forward more, but no, there's plenty of room here. This is interesting. That'll be, that's not your everyday dock in there. That kind of thing. Like, can I get my door open? I don't know. back up.
A minute.
must not be wasting time because the door light's already red. They gave me a pager. It'll go off when I'm ready for paperwork. It's a Stanison, so hopefully I'm not here for more, maybe an hour or so. And I'll have to look up the route I want to take from here to Pottsville. Oh, I need to send in from, let's see, am I coming by the yard? Possibly not. I did kind of talk about how I might go to the yard, so maybe that's why she was asking. Alright, 184-6055. No. Yeah, isn't it 6055 my trip number? Yeah. Take a look at what my routes are and the pre-plan. Tyson Valley Distribution. That's why I don't. But it is Pottsville, so I think it's the same facility that I normally go to. Back down on my current location, and then we'll well, it doesn't know my current location, but I gotta now let's figure out I know or no, I can take 11 across over to the east end of town, go with one more exit down, and then take 44 west down to 351. Actually 169. Or no, yeah, actually 11 back over at 244, east on 244, one exit. Then I go down 169 to 51. That'll take me right over to the turnpike, to the Muskogee Turnpike. Yeah, that's what it's called. Alright. I don't know, let's see, I got, yeah, because she wants to know if I'm going by the yard, but I got 237 empty miles to do, so with my loaded, that's 380-ish, 390 total that I'd be doing. The first pickup is not until tomorrow, between 9:43 and 13:43. So I got plenty of time to work with. I just, let's see. The other pickup is in Rogers between 16:41 and 21:41. I don't know. I mean, I could possibly go by the yard, but not really sure yet. Yeah, I mean, It'd be kind of cool to get over there and meet her in person. I've dealt with her, but not actually met her in person yet. I think I've seen her in the office before, but not actually interacted with her in person. Yeah, like I know several of the DMs there by face and name and talk to them, whatever, but she's newer and I haven't been on her board very long. She's doing a kick-ass job though. Great job. I always have pre-plans before I'm empty every single time, even on California loads, which is awesome. Alright. Here. So, just stick back here for until it's done. Hopefully no more than an hour. 67-year-old hero confronts and stops intruder by using martial arts. Let's see. Come on. Let me put that in the queue so we can listen to it later. But I don't know who the guy is. NFL players of the week. Well, not any of my players, I'll tell you that. My team could be doing a lot better than they are. Alright. She just sent me a message back. Then for I don't know. I might go there. I just don't want to spend too much time there, I guess. But then again, it's not a big deal because I have that 8-2 split, 7-3 split option thing. If I wanted to burn time, I'll have a lot more options there with avoiding having my clock get run down where I can't use my drive time. So that's a really nice feature with this new HOS change. But just trying to think of well, I guess yeah, I could. You know what? I do still need to. I need to check my fuse panel here to see if I have one for the instrument panel. Maybe get to why I don't have any instrument panel lights. Box on mine is right down here underneath the dashboard on the driver's side. I'm gonna look at that there and figure out gauge CL/RKE. It's a 5 amp. Like in position B3. Okay, right above the flood relay. Furthest over on a block of a group of 4. I think that might be the one I want to look at. Let me check my, I think this 5 amp fuse, see if that has anything to do with it. If it is the same one that I need, this fuse looks okay. Oh, second thought, no. Actually, it might be blown. It's hard to tell. Fuses of this there's 7.5 and there's a 5. Yes, there is one. I'm not sure that's the fuse I'm worried about though, because on before, so makes me think the fuse is not the problem. Might be a bad instrument panel. See how that works. Definitely not the fuse because because the instrument, the digital display went off when I turned it. We took that one out, and it's on. It's back on now. So unless there's another fuse that handles the instruments, gauge cluster, but yeah, it says gauge cluster / RKE, whatever that is. Not a fuse, that means it's might be the instrument panel itself needs to be replaced. You just put back. maybe shut off the truck, and I don't think that'll help it though, because I can see. Oh, it might have just been, yeah. So I was right. It was just a computer issue. Show you. Amazing. So the problem with my engine starting to get back up, we're basically rebooting the ignition process, whatever, is all it took to fix that problem. I've had quite a few times where that little process there can fix a lot of problems with my truck. I always go for the easy shit first before you go, easy stuff before you go trying to get some shop to fix problems that you could otherwise be fixing yourself. Alright. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, my load's not due for pickup until tomorrow, but and then to both customers, yeah, they're unloaded me. Yeah, my light was red before I even got back to the truck. Okay, so should be in the right. What? I didn't say Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Pottsville, Arkansas. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Alright, so from Walmart. Ochelata. So from here to the Tyson plant in Pottsville is a 234-mile trip. Is where my stops will be and when and stuff when I'm loaded. So we got 234. I didn't say Clarksville. Tyson Distribution Center. Rogers. Alright, now we got what I want. Alright, so 372. So about a 150-mile trip from first shipper to the second one. Alright, back was getting a drink from a gas station. Okay, and then the next stop will be, what's this place in Richmond, California? Richmond Wholesale Meat. assuming it'll be Regatta Boulevard. I don't know for sure. There's two of them over there. Yeah, and we'll be going across I-40 to get there. Okay, so 2218. Marshall, I want to know how quickly I can get back to my place so I can do a break at my house on the way over there. All right, it's 1,846 miles from Rogers to Richmond. McLean in San Bernardino. Probably Shenandoah Lane. I don't know for sure. We'll just say 2652. So about 434 miles. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, now from to the two shippers and into my place, I want to know, so I can kind of figure out if. Let's see. Come on. Okay, I got 1,843 miles. Total to get from here to both shippers and then back to my house. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Because it should not even be like 400 miles from my house to Richmond. On the 5th, roll back down on the 5th, deliver 6th. I might be alright to go down to the yard. Let's see. I sent her a message, see if she had anything in mind. Okay. Yeah, so I can get my trailer washed down and reefer fuel there. Yeah, I do want to also find out where the best price fuel with the most ideal fuel stop is going to be between here and Pottsville. As far as Pilot Flying J, there's not a lot of options available there. There's the one in Tulsa. Yeah, I should be able to reach the one in Roland, Oklahoma. That's right before I go into Arkansas. I might be able to reach Pottsville as well, Russellville with the fuel I have also. And they have a Pilot and a Flying J both off that same exit where I get off at to go to the racing plant there. So I only got fuel one time while I was on my route to here, and it's funny is my fuel plan for this load that I'm delivering right now. I think it had like two or three different stops on it on the the auto generated one. I stopped once. Stopped in Holbrook, Arizona at the Hopi Travel Plaza. Paid $2.15 a gallon there. National average is just about, I think, $2.39, $2.40 or so. So it's better than average price. Not a lot better, but it's better. That's the only fuel I had to buy in, and this is going to be the last load of the pay period. So the fact I didn't have to buy any extra fuel really, well, I maxed out my tanks over in Holbrook, but I still have, like I said, almost not too far less than half a tank right now. It'll probably help me out some on my my next settlement. Current to pile and so plan trip. Now, I don't have to stop at Pilot Flying J. I can always, especially because I already have the gallons I need, I believe. Okay, there's actually a Pilot over Muskogee too that I can. That's an option. And then the Flying J in Chakota, it's another option. It's a different route, but I can. It's not that many more miles to go that way. Wow. Flying J in Tulsa is $1.95 right now. Flying J, the Pilot in Muskogee, where US 69 and US 51 meet up, is $1.93. Chakota is gonna definitely be a no. That's $2.15 a gallon. Springdale, Arkansas. Why would I go to Springdale, Arkansas? That's nowhere near. It's not even along my route. Roland, Oklahoma, $2.23. Nah. Russellville, $2.35. All right, so Muskogee sounds like a winner. Because it's right along my route anyway, or pretty close to it. Oh, I think, yeah. US 69, all right. Yeah, I think I've met that one before. Yeah, 351, I have to go down US 69 from 351, and then I can take looks like US 62 back across over to the turnpike, I think. Yeah, I can get on the turnpike there. Okay, so I think Muskogee's going to be a winner for fuel. Let me see what I have for. I'm pretty sure I already have 1,000 gallons though, and $1.93 a gallon, and not to mention I can get a 15-cent rebate on top of it. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to go there. I get more points. I get $1.78 a gallon. How can I complain about that? Okay, I see. Yeah, I've done 1,700 gallons this month, so I've done a lot here with Pilot Flying J this last month. Sounds good. Yeah, a lot better than Cali. Yeah, $1.78 with my rebate I factored in. Yeah, I would definitely go for that. So yeah, I'll probably go ahead and stop, maybe stop at the yard. Maybe take a little nap there or something, get my washout done, get my truck and trailer washed while I'm at it. Maybe meet up with her, possibly for lunch. I don't know. We'll see, because not sure, because it sounded like she had an expectation for me to come to the yard. I think because I talked yesterday about possibly coming there, but or maybe she wants to know if I can stop by or for some other reason, I don't know. Yeah, a little bit skittish here about, you know, coming to the yard, because a lot of times they want you to come to the yard. It's to put you on a safety holder. So, thought in my head, what if I do go there and they, oh, by the way, since you're here, we're gonna go ahead and take control of your truck and kick you out. But we'll see. She just sent me something back right now. I don't care about that. Alright, so yeah, it's $1.93 on the Pilot app too, but Terry, you gotta remember I get 15-cent rebate at Pilot and Flying J, so with the 15-cent rebate factored in, it's $1.78 for me. That's why I said $1.78, not $1.93. The app did say $1.93 though. Alright, like Pilot affiliate places like like Hopi Travel Plaza, where they have the it's not an actual Pilot, but they use an affiliate. They have their badge as Pilot, but it's actually an affiliate. Those I do not get the rebate, and only get 1 point per gallon instead of 4, but it's I'm not gonna buy a GPS, I'll tell you that. That's for damn sure. I don't need no fucking GPS to get me around places, and I already have dash cams, actually, the kind of like you can't get there. So I don't know. Is there really anything? Not really much of use to me. Pilot Flying J's, unless I'm gonna use my points on like food, drink, whatever kind of crap, or something along that line. Maybe even fluids or something for my truck, but usually I don't always go for that, because fluids, I want to make sure they get accounted for as operating expense, because that's it's a taxable. It's a tax deduction. All right, let's get caught up on Facebook. Oh, and then I got a video. Actually, why don't I go and post it right now? Because on my Facebook, I'll eventually put it in a compilation on the on my YouTube channel. It's a very short clip. I'd rather do it as part of a compilation. On Facebook, I can post it as just a separate post. Me kind of having an encounter with a coyote early yesterday morning. You have GPS in your brain. I don't need GPS. Yeah. So he went right underneath my truck. So I'm going to post that on my Facebook right now. If you're friends with me, or even if you're not friends with me, I'm going to have it posted publicly. So even if you're not friends with me, maybe you just follow me or just want to look at my profile, you'll see it either way. Okay. Posting right on Facebook. Early yesterday morning, just west of Tucumcari. Looks like the S&P 500 is up about 0.5% today. Yay! I swing trade my retirement account, and I swung out at like 33.91, and then I jumped back in. I forget what level it was. It was lower. I think 32 something, and now it's back up. So it was a really good move, a good set of moves. Not something I recommend people doing with their retirement accounts. But mind you, I know a lot more about investing than the average person, and have a very calculated and methodical process to when I make the moves. Alright, so that's good. Thumb up. Alright, your video is ready to view. Alright, so my video is posted now. Morning, Linda, or Melissa. Alright, so yeah, it's a short little 24-second video clip I just put on my Facebook. If you're like Lisa or anybody else just tuning in, had a encounter with a coyote, an unpleasant encounter with one. Didn't do any damage to my truck, but pretty sure it did some damage to him. At least my tires didn't run him over. I just don't know how injured he was or if he was killed like that. It was too look. Well, that's what you get for not coming around very much lately. They've been on here. It was just to me. It really wasn't that funny to me. I get, in a way it is, because I understand the frustration there, because especially when it comes to HVAC, that's a little bit, that's outside my realm of expertise. So AC pumps, I'd probably want to do the same, but I don't know, it just didn't really have much of a reaction to watching it, though, to be completely honest with you. Just different type of sense of humor, I guess. Losing marbles. Your head is full of maps. Yes. You know it. Nope. Yeah, and you can see it. I tried to slow down on there too if you watch it, because I was doing about 70 miles an hour at first, and then when I saw him, because he went off to the left, and I thought he was going to go over to the westbound side and not be a problem for me. And then after he got over into the median, decided to turn around and go right back into my path, and then you could see him going right underneath my truck. And by then I was down to about, it looked like 62 miles an hour by the time he underneath my. Oh, actually, no, yeah, I was. Okay, the last indication on the dash cam was 66 or so, but then it jumped down really fast to 62 after it. Friend who lives in Hesperia, he drives in the Target account at Cedar, England. 2 stops in Apple Valley. Targets. bad yesterday. So bad I had to go back home. I still got a back there. But this is pulling fast. They stamped it Wisconsin, so I'm assuming they're from Main Street to the bottom, 138, yeah. Okay, say let's see what kind of stuff we can talk about on that's getting posted. We are JCT. Wellness Wednesday, quickest way to boost immunity. Vitamin D and C. See, it's starting to warm up in here. I think I'm actually starting to feel a little warmer, like by the time I take my hoodie off. Vitamin D and C, zinc and selenium, spirulina. What the hell is spirulina or spirulina, whatever? Probiotics, garlic, green tea, moderate exercise. Coach Jeff. Yeah, I could do a ton of garlic. Just a bunch of hellos to each other. Please stop merging onto the freeway at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, so true. So I'd rather the Dodgers watch over me, but Angels work too. Been busy with work and other things. Yeah, that's what I figured. I know you have a lot going on, like your coding projects and work and other personal stuff. What in the hell? Funny videos all the time. I'm not so sure. I don't know how much Jesse likes it, but when is my contract with England over? I thought it was in October after 1 year. So what day do we get the bonus pay? Yeah, last paycheck in October. The house. Hey, I was going to send you a message sometime today. Here at a Flying J in Ohio. letting my dog out. She was running and playing in front of my truck, and another driver swerved and tried to run her over and then stared at me as he drove by. Luckily, I was paying attention and pulled her back in with, what the hell? Dude, I would fucking kill that guy. Man, it's one thing to accidentally run over a dog, but you don't freaking intentionally go trying to run someone over, someone's animal over. What the hell are you thinking? That's criminal charge there. It's like, yeah, go ahead, right in front of my truck, go ahead. I don't have a dog in my truck because I don't want the hassle of the damage and stuff that can happen from them. Yeah, I'd be furious though and go after the guy if I could. If I had an animal and he did that shit to me though. That's fight moves right there. I would put my dog in the truck and follow that jackass. No reason for stuff like that. Or to slow down and swerve to avoid, but that's just me because I'm a dog person myself. Still red. Sounds like they might be done though. I'm not hearing anything going on back there anymore. Also, I'm having work done to the house with the extension too. One part is done, but mine is still being worked on. Oh, okay. No worries. Alistair, not exactly an owner-op. I'm a lease operator. Similar but different, I would say. Basically, in between. You call it somewhere in between a company driver and an owner, true owner-op. I have elements of both in part of what I do. Saying that the lone place, England did not make a payment until December last year. Hope I don't have to wait until December. Warner and CRST are offering what I want. No touch freight, home every week, 1,200 week guaranteed. Thought you were liking the Target fleet though. Okay, so what else we got here? Why is it that the company pulls you in for a random drug test, but you have to pay for it? Please explain this to me, because I know for a fact that you can't refuse. You're a business owner. If you were full owner op, you'd sign up for a drug testing consortium to help with insurance costs and pay. It's all part of being an owner. Curious, but it does make sense. And remember, it's a tax deduction. It'll show in your 1099. Some of us were just discussing the awesomeness and fun of Ralph's in Compton. Swap loads so OTD can be achieved. Guess where I'm headed? No, yeah, I remember seeing that post before. That was from last week. Somebody resurrected it though. When I was there, I made the yard jock bucket. That's the only I refused to deliver. That is a collision. I don't blame you one bit. The only reason I was able to park successfully was due to the fact it was early and my spot had plenty of room on each side. I think I was sitting at Jen's desk when she asked you to take that load. She was positive you would refuse it because it's off. Yeah, no, this Ralph's distribution center in Compton. It's a nice area. You would think that it's a bad area just because it's Compton. No, it's a nice area. I have on the streets there, and yeah, it's a quiet. Yeah, it's mostly all truck and just people going to work kind of traffic. Good area, but that DC though, they have really, really tight parking lanes, and it's not for the faint of heart. If you suck it back, and it's definitely not a place for you to be delivering to. There's room to work with there, but I mean it's sideways. But you kind of have to put your trailer in at a bad angle, and you need that sideways space to get into your door, or you have to. You can also talk to someone in, like the guy in the adjacent door, if maybe talk them into disconnecting from their trailer long enough to, so it gives you more room to maneuver the trailer into your own spot, hitting anybody. So, yeah, it's people Google play. Yeah, big block wall, foot or so wall in front of the 400 road doors. Scrape marks all over it from trucks hitting it. It's just, people have bad habits. Bad banking habits, that'll do it to you. Now let the trailer do as much of the work as you can, and then, but it's. Honestly, I think really that place should have a spot for bobtails to park at. And, just when you dock into a door, it should be a requirement. Disconnect from your trailer, go park in a bullpen area or something, and then that way people can easily get into and out of their doors when they're docking in. Mind, I'll actually do anywhere, to be honest. I believe I remember something about bribing your wife. Not sure with what, but I heard that. Try using it next time you're live loading. Expect to set at least 3 hours. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, dear. Alright, it's not Cody saying stupid shit again. Alright. It's getting warm here. Flash. we have new here? Frank Baca. An alien, blow-up alien wearing an AC/DC shirt. Junction, Texas. Picked up a hitchhiker. He seems to be a little bit off. Okay, so I'm gonna need someone to explain to me why a group of grown-ass adults cannot act like adults. Yeah, I get unfortunately benefits and does a whole lot more than most know behind the scenes, let alone the same company you're employed by. What in the world? I've never seen so many so-called adults act like children. Y'all got something to bitch about and want the same company to make sure y'all have a job. How many people are at work? Grow up and do your job. Jeez. Yeah, and people start like that. People start because they get drama. I don't mean to be an ass, but dang, I just don't get it. You work for them, but want to badmouth them. Then you don't want to help yourself and still badmouth them. Like, no, do your job and chill. Not at you, just frustrating. You're not being an ass, you're just telling the truth. I've been in this business for a few years. 1992, and boy, have times changed. I love this company. Right? I truthfully love JCT, and I did a lot of research before I picked them. Now, we have our share of problems. Well, I don't know why can't I want like an adult. Yeah, you got lost in wording or no? In the autocomplete, like text or something, and maybe it spit out a wrong word on you or something. I'm not understanding that enough. I just ignore the bullshit. If people want to be bitches, let them. I'm struggling like hell, but I'm not complaining one bit, and I'm not bad-mouthing the company at all. The ones that complaining are the ones that can't make a paycheck over $1,000. Don't blame the company, blame yourself. I'm new, and ever since I started, I do over $1,400 a week. I do over $3,500 weekly. Yeah, this guy, he's doing that much, but I see him complaining a lot about how he's like struggling, and sometimes he even thought about giving up and quitting because he feels like he's failing. Don't know why can't I act like an adult? Yeah. Well, you're a kid, that's why. You have an excuse or something. When you're in your 40s and 50s and then that's the problem too. Especially when it's guys in their 50s and 60s like Carl's age. Carl, are you still on here? You start to get a little bit too much estrogen to testosterone ratio because you're not getting as much testosterone, and you start turning into a little bitch. Cody is still a Toys R Us kid. Yeah, that's for damn sure. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I think we all have the right to voice our opinions, but it's always best if you're having issues to ask questions and ask for help. Yes. So I wasn't talking about when you want to voice your opinion. You want to voice your opinion? Cool, you do that. When you bad the company, you're a problem. When you want to say the company is a joke and doesn't care about you, then it's a problem. Funniest part is most everybody else realized I wasn't talking about when you voice your opinion. Just when you want to bitch about anything and everything all the time, which a lot of truckers do. Everybody has right to opinion, and mine is that some of the supposed grown-up adults in the group are more childish than anyone else I've ever met. But I'm done on the situation. I made an observation, and some people didn't like that, and I don't care. I have to agree with her on that. And there are a lot of truckers everywhere in this industry do exactly that. They're little kids. When they don't get their way, they act like little bitches and, you know, whine and cry, whatever, throw tantrums just because things aren't to their perfect little world liking. Well, guess what? There's no such thing as a utopia, a real world utopia. You can't have your utopia without screwing up someone else's utopia. So that's all I always say. If you want utopia, go read your fairy tale bullshit. I simply made a statement about our opinions. Honestly, if I don't like what someone posts, I scroll on past it unless it needs to be addressed as being inappropriate with the other 3 admins on the We Are JCT page. I missed what happened right now. Lane. I'll with it soon. Buzzers, come and pay your bills. Alright, I love it, but their solo positions never open because nobody ever quits. They have 10. Gotta wait till someone quits or moves on. I want to be alone. Keep giving me somebody new. I'm at the Colton yard, got a shower. Deal with it. Yeah, deal with it, you little brat. How the presidential debate's gonna be tonight.
I didn't come here to argue with you.
Oh, yes, you did. What happened to debate? Debate ain't an argument.
Debate is the same thing as an argument.
Yes, it is.
No.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it
Oh, yes, it is.
isn't.
It is. I know you. I know you are. What am I? You are, but what am I?
What am I?
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
Making fun of the Trump versus Biden debate. You can tell that's Chris Rock's voice. The white guy, he looks kind of familiar, but I don't know who he is. Alright, looks like enough with that. Robert Owens commented on your post. Alright, I got asked what camera do I use for that video posted to my Facebook where I run over a coyote. Might want to watch it if you're into seeing that kind of thing. It's not graphic, but you do see the coyote go right underneath the center of my truck, unfortunately. That happened just yesterday. Early yesterday morning, just about 10 miles west of Tucumcari. Acme bricks. The vultures appreciate the assist on dinner. Oh man. Man. This G Regan, I asked Chris what they did. They do pre-fart the toilet paper. Oh my God, 7,000 pounds of it heading to Pennsylvania. Can you say awesome fuel mileage? They're company drivers though, so I don't really, I doubt that. Not like it matters. How about the 5 last loads ago? Light. Tell me it's going to be a 3-hour time spent here. Already been an hour and a half, so I'm debating whether I should just go ahead and stop the stream here and then just kick back and maybe crash out for just a little bit and then maybe head down to our terminal or something. I don't know. This cheesecake. 7 select turtle cheesecake. Turtle cheesecake? What the hell is that? Probably got a laugh on the, but half of these laughs are probably because of my comments. Share to a group. Say the rest are like it's almost tamale season. Yeah. so we'll get extra some on. Yeah, it's been there enough where this is shutting down, so. And I think they did go in and out of my trailer a little bit more, so. I don't know. I might go ahead and head back there and take a quick little nap or something, and then not sure what I'll do from here. I might go to the yard. I might just beeline straight down to Russellville. So I want to be in position where those deadhead miles are already knocked out, and then I can hopefully, when I'm done picking up there, go straight up to Rogers, maybe spend a couple hours there, and then get moving down I-40 after that. Or no. Now from Rogers, I usually take US 412 across back over to Tulsa, and then I can probably stop by the yard then. And then work my way back down. At least try to be in a possible. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a lot of sitting around here, I think, for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and go offline. Probably be back online whenever I'm ready to leave here, which that could be really soon, or it could be a couple hours from now, for all I know. So, alright, so maybe we'll see you guys then, right? I would not just all this awkward silence bullshit time. Just enjoy yourselves and just come back when you see the notification I'm back on, right?